Will the clerk please call the roll?
Bridges. Bridges.
Excused.
Buckner. Coleman. Cook. Coram.
Here.
Danielson. Donovan. Fenberg. Fields. Gardner. Gardner.
Excused.
Janal. Gonzalez. Hanson. Heisey. Holbert. Hawkes Lewis. Kirkmeyer. Kolker. Lee. Liston. Lundin. Moreno. Pedersen. Priola.
Excused.
Rankin. Rodriguez. Scott. Scott. Scott, yeah, his name's there, but he's not.
Excused.
Simpson. Smallwood. Sonnenberg.
Good afternoon, Dave.
Story. Winter. Winter. Woodward. Senzinger. So I know we got Bridges. Bridges. Gardner. Bridges. President Gardner. Piola and Scott. Piola and Scott. Okay. Mr. President.
Here. With 33 present, 0 absent, 2 excused, we have a quorum. Would the good senator from Aurora please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Approval of the journal. Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the reading of the journal of Thursday, May 27, 2021 be dispensed with and the journal be approved as corrected by the Secretary.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Senate Services.
May 28th, correctly engrossed Senate Bills 281, correctly re-engrossed Senate Bill 33, 176, 269, 271, 273, 274, 275, 276, 277, 278, 279, 280, 282, 283, 286, 287, correctly revised House Bill 1298, correctly re-revised House Bills 1012, 1068, 1069, 1085, 1094, 1150, 1195, 1214, 1228, 1238, 1273, 1278, 1284, 1292, 1293, 1296, 1300, and 1305.
Will the clerk please add Senator Scott to the roll call? Committee reports.
May 28th, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration of the merits, committee recommends the following: House Bill 1007 be referred to committee of the whole with favorable recommendation. May 28th, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration of the merits, committee recommends the following: House Bill 1065 be referred to committee of the whole with favorable recommendation. May 28th, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration of the merits, committee recommends the following: House Bills 1070. 1077 be referred to committee of the whole, favorable recommendation. May 28th, Committee on Appropriations, after consideration of the merits, committee recommends the following. House Bill 1104 be referred to committee of the whole, favorable recommendation. Recommendation placed on the consent calendar. May 28th, Committee on Appropriations, after consideration of the merits, committee recommends the following. House Bill 1105 be amended as follows. So amended be referred to committee of the whole, favorable recommendation. May 28th, Committee on Appropriations, after consideration of the merits, committee recommends the following. House Bill 1149 be referred to committee of the whole, favorable recommendation. May 28th, Committee on Appropriations, after consideration of the merits, committee recommends the following. House Bill 1162 be amended as follows. So amended be referred to committee of the whole, favorable recommendation. May 28th, Committee on Appropriations, after consideration of the merits, committee recommends the following. House Bill 1174 before the committee of the whole, favorable recommendation. May 28th, Committee on Appropriations, after consideration of the merits, committee recommends the following. House Bill 1208 before the committee of the whole, favorable recommendation. May 28th, Committee on Appropriations, after consideration of the merits, committee recommends the following. House Bill 1215 be referred to the committee of the whole, favorable recommendation. May 28th, Committee on Appropriations, after consideration of the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1251 be amended as follows. So amended be referred to the committee of the whole, favorable recommendation. May 28th, Committee on Appropriations, after consideration of the merits, committee recommends the following. House Bill 1253 be referred to the committee of the whole, favorable recommendation. May 28th, Committee on Appropriations, after consideration of the merits, committee recommends the following. House Bill 1257 be referred to the committee of the whole, favorable recommendation. Recommendation placed on the consent calendar. May 28th, Committee on Appropriations, after consideration of the merits, committee recommends the following. House Bill 1270 be referred to the committee of the whole, favorable recommendation. May 28th, Committee on Appropriations, after consideration of the merits, committee recommends the following. House Bill 1303 be referred to the committee of the whole, favorable recommendation. May 28th, Committee on Appropriations, after consideration of the merits, committee recommends the following. House Bill 1304 be referred to the committee of the whole, favorable recommendation. Recommendation placed on the consent calendar. May 28th, Committee on Appropriations, after consideration of the merits, committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 233 be amended as follows. So amended before the committee of the whole, favorable recommendation. May 28th, Committee on Appropriations, after consideration of the merits, committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 272 be amended as follows. So amended before the committee of the whole, favorable recommendation. May 28th, Committee on Appropriations, after consideration of the merits, committee recommends the following. House Bill 1255 before the committee of the whole, favorable recommendation. May 28th, Committee on Appropriations, after consideration of the merits, committee recommends the following. House Bill 1299 before the committee of the whole, favorable recommendation.
Message from the House.
May 27th, Mr. President, the House has postponed indefinitely Senate Bill 197. The bill is returned herewith.
Third reading of bills. Final passage. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 281?
Senate Bill 281 by Senator Hansen and Rankin and Representative McCluskey and Ransom concerning severance tax revenue in connection with making an appropriation.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 281 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 281 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? With 34 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 281 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senators Smallwood, Simpson, Bridges, the Minority Leader, Kirkmeyer, Woodward, Sonnenberg, Hawkes Lewis. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1298?
House Bill 1298 by Representative Amabile and Woodrow and Senators Gonzalez and Pedersen concerning the conditions under which a firearm transfer may be prohibited following a background check and in connection therewith requiring approval of a firearm transfer prior to a transfer by a licensed dealer, establishing grounds for denying a transfer and clarifying the process to appeal a denied transfer.
Senator Pedersen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1298 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask for permission for a third reading amendment.
Would the good senator from Montrose please explain to the body why we should grant you permission to offer a third reading amendment?
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Something has happened so egregious in the chambers that I just felt that the theft of a rubber ball brand from a member of the General Assembly just needed to be added to this bill.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. President. I support that amendment. Thank you.
The motion before the body is to allow permission for the good senator from Montrose to offer a third reading amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed no.
Aye.
The ayes have it, and permission is granted, so we can at least see the amendment. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L034?
Amendment L034 to House Bill 1298 by Senator Quorum. Amend revised bill, page 4, after line 21, insert 11, theft of a rubber band ball from a member of the General Assembly or party caucus staff, or renumber succeeding subparagraph accordingly.
Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move L034.
To the amendment, sir.
Thank you. I think it's just something that we really need to, I don't think we're taking this theft serious. And so actually, if we put it in legislation, maybe the perpetrator will come forward rather than face this extreme action.
Is there any discussion? Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this amendment. What kind of a person would steal a rubber band ball? What kind of a person? All I know is that person should not have a firearm for at least 5 years.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I support this amendment. I do not think it's robust enough because you have forgotten that it is not just a rubber band ball that is missing. There are 3 action figures that are missing. One of RBG, one of Kamala, and one of Elizabeth Warren. And I think this amendment needs to extend it to the theft of all things from members' desks.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I also think it's important to understand with this, when we consider this amendment, that additional heinous crime has been committed recently. From a member's office, the Democrat rubber band ball has been pilfered. From an office. Someone, and I've got a pretty good idea who it was, snuck into a member's office, took the rubber band ball. So that's where we are, folks. Slippery slope. It's a slippery slope. I hope we can all come back together and have a great time on Sine Die, whenever that might happen, and drop these balls and hope we don't hit a light fixture, etc., causing for a J amendment to have to be run. But we need to focus over the weekend on how to resolve this, because we're heading in a dangerous direction right now.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I'm concerned. I want to know on these rubber band balls if they are high capacity, because a lot of damage can be done with rubber bands. I mean, I know from firsthand experience being shot by rubber bands, they can be deadly and they can leave marks on you. So, and I'm also very concerned that that these types of deadly rubber bands are out there. I think that the CBI and the FBI need to be called in. I will not be able to sleep here over Memorial Day weekend knowing that this type of dangerous, these dangerous weapons are out there in some lunatic's hands. I'm very concerned.
Further discussion. Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank for all the testimony here today, the opinions of that. And it's obvious to me that this amendment does not go far enough. So therefore, I would like to withdraw the amendment and perhaps seek late bill status to take in the other situations that was described here today. Thank you.
At the sponsor's request, Amendment L034 will be withdrawn.
Study.
Is there further discussion regarding House Bill 1298? Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for no vote on this bill. Like I said yesterday, it really doesn't do much, and it makes people, give them a false sense of security because we're not really protecting anyone. So I just ask for no vote.
Having no further discussion before the body, the motion is the adoption of House Bill 1298 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Senators Quorum, Sonnenberg, Scott, Lundin, the Minority Leader, Gardner, Cook, Liston, Rankin, Smallwood, Simpson, Heisey, Kirkmeyer, Woodward. With 20 ayes, 14 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excuse, House Bill 1298 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senators Bridges, Moreno, Danielson, the Majority Leader, Lee, Winter, Buckner, Janal, Colker, Story, Hawkes Lewis, Fields. Consideration of governor's appointments consent calendar. Will the clerk please read Mr. Majority Leader?
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we proceed out of order to take up consideration of governor's appointments consent calendar.
The motion is that we proceed out of order to take up introduction and consideration of governor's appointments on consent calendar. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that motion is adopted. Consideration of governor's appointments consent calendar. Will the clerk please read the appointments listed on the consent calendar?
Members of the State Housing Board effective January 31st, 2021 for term expiring January 31st, 2025. Candace Marie Payne of Stratton, Colorado, serve as a Republican under resident of the 4th Congressional District appointed.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the confirmation of the appointment listed on the consent calendar, which includes members of the State Housing Board.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the confirmation of the appointments on the consent calendar, which includes the State Housing Board. Are there any no votes? With 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 1 excuse, those appointments are confirmed.
We're just waiting for a special
I need to put this in here. Resolutions.
Introduction and consideration of resolutions. Will the clerk please read the title to House Joint Resolution 1013?
House Joint Resolution 1013 by Representative Ortiz and Lynch and Senators Garcia and Gardner concerning honoring and commemorating the service members who have paid the ultimate sacrifice to our nation in recognition of Memorial Day.
No, you can consider it immediately.
Senator Gardner.
What's the number? Should be on the top. I think it's on everyone's desk. It's on everyone's desk.
Senator Gardner.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Joint Resolution 21-1013 and ask that it be read at length. Copies of this are at the desk.
Will the clerk please read House Joint Resolution 1013 at length?
House Joint Resolution 1013 by Representatives Ortiz and Lynch and Senators Garcia and Gardner concerning honoring and commemorating the service members who have paid the ultimate sacrifice to our nation in recognition of Memorial Day. whereas brave Americans from all walks of life, all corners of this nation, and some from around the world have fought, sacrificed, and died in service to this nation since its founding, and whereas Memorial Day has various origins from our Civil War. On May 1st, 1865, more than 1,000 black Americans recently freed from enslavement, accompanied by regiments of the U.S. colored troops, including the Massachusetts 54th Infantry Regiment, and a handful of white Charlestonians, gathered in a POW camp in Charleston, South Carolina, to consecrate a new proper burial site for over 250 Union soldiers who died in the prisoner of war camp singing hymns, reading scripture, and distributing flowers around the cemetery, which they dedicated to the martyrs of the race course. And whereas in May of 1868, General John A. Logan, the Commander-in-Chief of the Union Veterans Group, known as the Grand Army of the Republic, issued a decree that May 30th should become a nationwide day of commemoration for more than 620,000 soldiers killed in the recently ended Civil War, and should be known as Decoration Day, where Americans lay flowers and decorate the graves of those who died in the war. And whereas Decoration Day continued until after World War I, when the holiday changed from honoring just those who died in fighting in the Civil War to honoring Americans who died fighting in any war. And whereas in 1968, Congress passed the Uniform Monday Holiday Act, which established Memorial Day as the last Monday in May, with the changes going into effect in 1971, officially declaring Memorial Day a federal holiday. And whereas more than 1.1 million Americans have made the ultimate sacrifice and have been killed in all U.S. wars, including well over 3,000 Coloradoans, now therefore be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the 73rd General Assembly of the State of Colorado, the Senate concurring herein, that we, the members of the Colorado General Assembly, honor and commemorate those service members who have paid the ultimate sacrifice to a grateful nation by taking a moment of silence to reflect on the lives lost, on how their sacrifices have shaped this nation and have allowed us the freedom and privilege to serve in this great body, and on the friends and family who were left behind by the sacrifices of these brave men and women. Be it further resolved that copies of this joint resolution be sent to the commanders of the American Legion posts in Colorado, the commanders of the Veterans of Foreign War posts in Colorado, the commanders of Colorado's active military bases, the U.S. Air Force Academy, the Pikes Peak chapter of Gold Star Mothers, the Denver chapter of Gold Star Wives, the chapters of the Blue Star Mothers of Colorado, the Colorado Fallen Heroes Memorial Organization, and the Colorado Freedom Memorial Foundation.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, please be seated. As we have a very busy day, it is always something that comes to mind because Decoration Day, I was raised at a time when all of my elder relatives referred to Memorial Day as Decoration Day. If you were listening closely, as Mr. Panetta read at length, General Logan, for whom the street is named here in Denver, Lincoln, Sherman, Grant, Logan, important Civil War heroes, and the birth of Decoration Day. General Logan played an important role in the original Decoration Day. It is a time for us to stop in a very busy day, a very busy time, and before we begin our summer activities, to remember the sacrifices of those who have given all for our nation and our ability to go about our business in such a busy way and to begin our summer activities. It always comes at a time for me more so than Veterans Day, which I also observe, to thank those families that have lost a loved one, to think about those families that I know that have lost a loved one. And members, I appreciate you taking this time to do so. Mr. President, with your permission, I would ask that the Senate observe a moment of silence and that the chimes ring out in honor of those who've given the ultimate sacrifice for our country in their service.
The Senate will observe a moment of silence and the Senate chimes will ring.
Thank you, members. And again, please be seated. So, as we vote on this resolution, I ask you to remember not simply now, but a little bit every day. Every day when you pass the flag, every day when you know, I remember it when I crossed Logan. Just somewhere in the back of my head, I always remember, and that really is the ultimate tribute and sacrifice. Mr. President, I renew my motion, and I thank you for being a co-prime sponsor of this resolution, House Joint Resolution 21-1013, and ask for a roll call vote.
Having no further discussion, a roll call vote has been requested. Will the clerk please poll the members?
Bridges. Bridges, aye. Buckner. Buckner, aye. Coleman. Coleman, aye. Cook. Cook, aye. Quorum.
Aye.
Quorum, aye. Danielson. Danielson, aye. Donovan. Donovan, aye. Fenberg. Fenberg, aye. Gardner.
Oh, aye.
Gardner, aye. Janal. Janal, aye. Gonzalez. Gonzalez, aye. Hanson. Hanson, aye. Heisey. Heisey, aye. Holbert. Holbert, aye. Hawkins Lewis. Hawkins Lewis, aye. Kirkmeyer. Kirkmeyer, aye. Kolker. Kolker, aye. Lee. Lee, aye. Liston. Liston, aye. Lundeen. Lundeen, aye. Moreno.
Excused.
Moreno excused. Pedersen. Pedersen, aye. Priola excused. Rankin.
Excused.
Rankin excused. Rodriguez. Rodriguez, aye. Scott.
Aye.
Scott, aye. Simpson. Simpson, aye. Smallwood. Smallwood, aye. Sonnenberg.
Aye.
Sonnenberg, aye. Story. Story, aye. Winter. Winter, aye. Woodward. Woodward, aye. Zenzinger. Zenzinger, aye. Mr. President.
Aye. With 32 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 3 excused, House Joint Resolution 1013 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask that the current roll call be added as co-sponsors to House Joint Resolution 1013.
Seeing no objection, the current roll call will be added as co-sponsors on House Joint Resolution 1013. Senator Gardner.
Thank you. And thank you, members, for taking time. My apologies for letting my own Memorial Day remembrance delay my vote. And if you would indulge me quickly, my thought passed back to a visit to our local cemetery when I was a child, and my mother took me to a grave, and she said, this young man was our neighbor, and he was killed in Normandy. And when he was killed, the choice for a family was to either be buried abroad or brought back, and his mother asked that he be brought back. And a lot of people said, well, how do you know that's your child? And she said, I don't, but I know it's someone's child, and I can take care of them. And that's what my mind comes back to on Memorial Day. Mr. President, I appreciate your indulgence and that of the chamber. Thank you.
Message from the governor. Senator Heisey.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is totally out of order. Perhaps I'm asking for a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Thank you. The good senator from Colorado Springs and I would ask that this resolution also be sent to the Buffalo soldiers. We discussed an amendment, and we thought perhaps just a simple ask would get the job done.
Members, we've just passed the Senate will stand in a brief recess.
Oops.
I got it up in my lap and said, oh, you're responsible. Go down and do it.
Senate will come to order. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having voted on the prevailing side, I move for the immediate reconsideration of House Joint Resolution 1013.
The motion is for the immediate reconsideration of House Joint Resolution 1013. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes having the motion is adopted, and reconsideration is granted. Will the clerk please read the title of House Joint Resolution 1013?
House Joint Resolution 1013 by Representatives Ortiz and Linson, Senators Garcia and Gardner, concerning honoring and commemorating the service members who have paid the ultimate sacrifice to our nation in recognition of Memorial Day.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we're awaiting an amendment, so we'll ask for senatorial file.
The Senate will stand in a brief recess, and the good senator from Colorado Springs will be fined for referring to the president as chair. The Senate will come back to order. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 001?
Amendment L001 to
Senator Lee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the adoption of Amendment 001 to House Joint Resolution 1013.
To the amendment, Senator.
Thank you, and apologies to my colleagues for delaying this process, but the Buffalo Soldiers were a significant part of the military service. They were 4 divisions of the cavalry that were established after the Civil War of African American soldiers, and they served in the Western Theater for years and years, and they were very well known, memorialized, and recognized, and there's a stretch of the Pikes Peak Highway in Colorado Springs that is named for the Buffalo Soldiers. So we thought in this day of recognition and memorial to the soldiers that it would be appropriate to send this resolution to the Buffalo Soldiers Foundation. So thank you for your indulgence. And
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment 001 to House Joint Resolution 1013. Are there any no votes? With 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, Amendment 001 is adopted. To the bill, or to the resolution, Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of House Joint Resolution 1013 as amended.
The motion is for the repassage of House Joint Resolution 1013. Are there any no votes? With 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, House Joint Resolution 1013 is repassed. Co-sponsors, Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President, who chairs and presides over the meeting. I ask that the current roll call be added as co-sponsors to House Joint Resolution 1013 once again.
Seeing no objection, the current roll call will be added as co-sponsors on House Joint Resolution 1013. The Senate will stand in a brief recess. The Senate will come back to order. Mr. Majority Leader.
My other desk. Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we take up House Bill 1104 and House Bill 1257 on special order second reading of bills consent calendar at the hour of 11:17.
The motion is that the Senate take up those bills listed on special orders consent at the hour of 11:17. This requires a two-thirds majority vote. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The Senate will take up those bills listed on special orders consent at the hour of 11:17. Special orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar. Senator Gonzalez.
Gracias, Presidente. I move that the Senate resolve itself into the committee of the, that the Senate resolve itself into the committee of the whole for consideration of general order, second reading of bills consent calendar. Special orders.
Special orders. The
Special orders.
motion is that you have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself into the committee of the whole for consideration of special orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar, and Senator Gonzalez will take the chair.
All right, y'all. The committee will come to order. Since we've
Yo.
had a relaxed coat rule, we will relax it even further unless you're wearing a construction vest. Majority Leader, let's see. Mr. Pineda, will you please read the title to all the bills on the general orders special orders second reading of bills consent calendar?
House Bill 1104 by Representative Larson and McLaughlin and Senators Lundin and Zenzinger concerning extending the renewal period for professional educator licensures from 5 to 7 years and in connection with making an appropriation. Reducing an appropriation. House Bill 1257 by Senators Garnett and Neville and Senators by Representative Garnett and Neville and Senator Garcia concerning the recognition of veterans in relation to certain parks within the state capitol complex and in connection with making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move for the passage of all the bills on the special orders second reading of bills consent calendar, which includes House Bill 1104 and House Bill 1257.
Orale. Any discussion on any of the committee reports? No, there's no committee reports. Any discussion on any of the bills? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of both bills on the special order second reading of bills consent calendar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Those two bills are adopted. Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
Motion is to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that committee will rise and report.
The Senate will come to order. Senator Gonzalez.
Gracias, Presidente. The committee met and considered two bills. Mr. Pineda, will you please read the report?
Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report out in consideration of the following attached bills being the second reading thereof and makes the following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1104, House Bill 1257, pass the second reading order, revised and placed in the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Senator Gonzalez.
Gracias, Presidente. I move the adoption of said report.
The motion is for the adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? With 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, committee of the whole report is adopted. House Bill 1104, House Bill 1257, passed on second reading, order revised and placed in the calendar for third reading and final passage. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that that we take up House Bill 1304, Senate Bill 233, House Bill 1007, House Bills 1065, 1071, 1077, 1105, 1149, 1174, 1208, 1215, 1216, 1229, 1251, 1253, 1255, 1270, 1297, 1299, 1303, 1319, 1162, and Senate Bill 272 on special orders, second reading of bills at the hour of 11:21.
The motion is that the motion is that the Senate take up those bills listed as prescribed by the majority leader and distributed on the calendar on special orders at the hour of 11:21. This requires a 2/3 majority vote. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes having the motion is adopted, and the Senate will resolve up those bills on special orders at the hour of 11:21. Special order, second reading of bills. Senator Gonzalez.
Gracias, Presidente. I move the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of special orders, second reading of bills.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes having the motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself to the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders, second reading of bills, and Senator Gonzalez will take the chair.
All right, y'all, the committee will come to order and the court roll is even further relaxed. Mr. Pineda, will you please read the title to House Bill 1304?
House Bill 1304 by Representatives Sirota and Garnett and Senators Fenberg and Buckner concerning measures to establish a unified early childhood system in Colorado and in connection therewith creating the Department of Early Childhood and making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1304 and the Education Committee report.
To the Education Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Education Committee heard this bill and added an amendment that largely was in consultation and supported by, or actually there were two amendments, one of which was feedback from the good senator from Brighton and CCI, and simply is about the transition working group and reporting and kind of cost analysis of the recommendations, and ask for an aye vote on the report.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Education Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. The report is adopted. To the bill. Any discussion? Majority Leader Fenberg. Oh, there is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L009?
Amendment L009 to House Bill 1304.
Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L009.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is purely a technical amendment. This bill came out of the Appropriations Committee and was placed on the consent calendar. We removed it just to make this change regarding the dates that are in the bill.
Is there any further discussion of L009? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L009. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That amendment is adopted. To the bill. Senator Buckner.
Mr. Chair, it is our vision that House Bill 1304 takes significant steps to make Colorado a place where a supportive array of early childhood experiences across a variety of settings are available to all families who want them. We want all families to have access, and this is an excellent bill, and we are going to develop a new Department of Early Childhood, which is really exciting, which will give collaboration from many people and other parents across the state. We are asking for an aye vote for this important bill.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1304 as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that bill is adopted. Mr. Pineda, will you please read the title to Senate Bill 233?
Senate Bill 233 by Senators Rodriguez and Hansen and Representative Benavides and Gonzalez Gutierrez concerning functions of the Division of Unemployment Insurance in connection with establishing the Left Behind Workers Program and including the employment support of the Division of the Unemployment Insurance Enterprise.
¿Estás bien? Salud.
Check on that guy.
To whoever that was. Senator Quorum. Bless you. Gesundheit. I hope you are well.
I'm not. I apologize. dial 911 quick.
You want me to do the business report? You do the appropriation.
We're checking in on you, Senator Quorum. We hope you are well.
Please turn on your camera to confirm.
Okay, let's just go.
We can unmute him. We can turn the camera on.
All right, we are going to proceed, but if the good senator from Montrose needs assistance, feel free to turn on your camera. We're going to return to the consideration of Senate Bill 233. Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 233 and the Business, Labor, and Technology and the Appropriation Report.
Oh no, Senator Cora!
It looks like a stroke situation.
I think this
He's fine. He's
this
fine.
requires assistance from the Senate sergeants.
I was ready to start whistling taps.
Senator Coram, we are glad you are well and glad to see you.
I feel the love.
Thank you, Senator Coram. All right, Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 233, the Business, Labor, Technology, and the Appropriations Report.
All right, to the BLT committee report.
To the Business, Labor, Technology Report, we amended the bill to convert this bill into a study. And I move the report.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of the BLT committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The BLT committee report is adopted. Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you. We met as the Appropriations Committee, made a small appropriation to cover the cost of doing this report, and I urge an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of the Approps Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Approps Committee report is adopted. To the bill. Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Colleagues, Senate Bill 233 is really focused on filling in a very important gap in our current unemployment insurance system. We have a large number, thousands of I-10 filers in the state whose employers have paid into the Unemployment Insurance Trust Fund for years. During this recent downturn, many of those filers have lost jobs, continue to be unemployed, but have absolutely no way to access the benefits which their employers have put into the system. So we have been looking at creative ways to fill in that important gap. Senate Bill 233 is going to take a very close look at that. Over the interim, come back with some permanent solutions to filling in this gap and urge an aye vote on the bill.
Any further discussion? Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. As my colleague said, the stakeholders met multiple times, tried to work it out. I know everybody's moving in the same direction, just with so much happening in the department and stuff. We just couldn't get this hammered out in time. So ask for an aye vote and just know that we're going to continue to work on this for next year.
The motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 233. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 233 is adopted. Mr. Pineda, will you please read the title II, House Bill 21-1007.
House Bill 1007 by Representatives Sullivan and Ortiz and Senators Danielson and Rodriguez concerning a state apprenticeship registration program in the Department of Labor and Employment in connection with making appropriation.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1007 and the Business, Labor, and Technology report.
To the BLT committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I urge an aye vote on the committee report.
Any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of the BLT committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the BLT committee report is adopted. To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The bill is designed, the U.S. Department of Labor has an accreditation and a regional representative that oversees the apprenticeship programs across the region. What we're doing is we're bringing and building our own state accreditation agency to regulate and make the controls in place with Colorado. We had discussions in the committee about not being in sync with the Department of Labor and the state one, so I believe we have an amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk.
Thank you.
Mr. Pineda, please read L034 to House Bill 1007.
Amendment L0.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L034 and ask for an aye vote.
To the amendment.
So
Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry. In the committee, there was discussion about there not being alignment between the Department of Labor, the U.S. Department of Labor standards, and the Department of Labor in the state. This bill brings those into alignment so they can comply. Ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion on L034? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of L034 to House Bill 1007. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L034 is adopted. Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, folks, for your time today. I urge an aye vote on House Bill 1007 to create a local approach to apprenticeships here in Colorado. It will cut down on the DC bureaucracy. It'll speed up the process for new occupations and new apprenticeship programs. It will serve the workers better. It'll serve the employers better. And it'll serve the state a lot better. And I urge an aye vote on the bill.
Thank you. Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Members, I heard this bill, House Bill 1007 the other day in Business, Labor, and Technology, and we heard extensive testimony from a lot of the organizations that have the apprentice programs in place. And they testified very eloquently that really this is unneeded. They already do a good job with the apprentice programs that they run. They even had one of their recent graduates who came and testified very much opposed to this bill. He's gone through the apprentice programs. He has a job and is working as a journeyman. The other thing that if this bill goes into effect, it will create here over the next 2 years a $1.5 million fiscal impact that right now the apprentice programs are paying for all of this at their own cost. And now then with this bill, we'll be adding additional 13 FTEs, be over $500,000 this year and almost $1 million next year. We had an apprentice program a number of years ago, and it failed. It didn't work, so it was, I believe it was legislated out of existence. There's also one in another state, I think it's Washington, and it's having to be supported as well with extra funds and money. So we're really asking Colorado, the state of Colorado, to subsidize and pay for a program that is not needed. We've got one through the private sector. We have more than one that's working, it's up and running, it's successful. So with that in mind, I would urge an aye vote on House Bill 1007. Thank you.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, in committee, we heard from a lot of industry representatives who testified to why they need this change. We also heard from one of the at least 20 states that already has this. It wasn't Washington, it was Oregon. And the labor commissioner came and discussed with us how well the system works, how much they can improve on their communication back to businesses and be responsive. So just wanted to correct that a little bit, that the purpose for this from the Department of Labor and Employment here in Colorado, the purpose for this from their perspective is to provide a more responsive system to Colorado employers. So, their perspective is that, we want folks to be able to upskill while they're working. And it isn't just one trade, like the one organization that was opposed to this measure that came to discuss that with us. But these apprenticeships range from healthcare to IT, cybersecurity, everything in between, including the trades. We have a two-part system to respond really, really well to the needs of these different types of apprenticeships. There are new occupations that are created on a weekly basis here in the state, and we want to encourage that kind of ingenuity, that kind of development, that kind of entrepreneurship that provides people a career path right out of high school. Another reason that we needed this is because right now the current system is not responsive to younger people, and that the average age of an apprenticeship, a person starting an apprenticeship, is 28 years old. So you've got a huge gap between high school graduation and moving into a quality apprenticeship. What that means is that oftentimes people are going into either faulty apprenticeship programs that provide them without licensure or benefits or pay, and nothing on the other end of it, or they try and fail several different options before finding the apprenticeship program that works for them. We want to better respond to the younger people in the state to make sure that they know that a 4-year institution or a 2-year institution is not the only option that you have, that our quality apprenticeships right here in Colorado is a great way for them to get started on a quality career that pays well while they're learning healthcare and benefits while you earn your certification. And yes, we did hear from one of the apprenticeships journeymen at this point who graduated from a program associated with the opposing organization. And he told us that it took him 6 years to turn out from his program. But that is not ideal. That is a lengthy apprenticeship, and part of what we want to do is have these folks out on the ground completing their apprenticeship so that they can earn what they should in a journey person level in an appropriate amount of time. So we want to encourage these quality apprenticeship programs to get folks into the workforce faster. What we're doing here is cutting out 2 huge levels of bureaucracy. I mean, that should be our task here, is to streamline the government oversight of our apprenticeship programs. What they have to do right now is route our apprenticeship programs through our regional hub in Dallas, which one person is in charge of all 5 states for the region. That's 5 states that one person has to respond to. Then those requests are routed to DC. And then we have to get a response back down the chain to Colorado. And we heard from CareerWise, who literally said, we are creating new occupations every week. And instead of having a system that could respond to the Colorado workers in an economy that we still need to build up as quickly as possible, what we're doing now is waiting and waiting and waiting on a bureaucratic process to route through Dallas, then to DC, then back to Colorado to tell us what we already know. This provides a path back to how we used to prioritize apprenticeships, and will cut back on those several steps of bureaucracy to get folks to the same place. We provide local oversight right here in Colorado so that we can respond to businesses and to prospective employees, to prospective apprentices, which is just a better system. So for all of the companies, all of the industry representatives, all of the workers' organizations that we heard from, several different kinds of trades, and a representative from the Oregon system that is up and running and works very, very well and efficiently, they're all asking us to do this because several states have already set this example. We want Colorado to stop lagging behind and catch up. Thanks.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Members, I just wanted to clarify one thing that the good senator from Wheat Ridge, I believe, was saying. The person that we heard from that I cited was Mr. De Lorenzo, and he was a journeyman electrical worker. She said it took him 6 years. Well, it took him 6 years not because the program was bad. It's that he had changed careers, and he was taking his own time. He was very, very pleased and satisfied with the apprentice program that he was in. That's why he was there to testify on behalf. He took his own time at his own expense to come and testify how satisfied he was with the apprentice program that he was in under his own volition. So it would be incorrect to say or to imply that somehow he was dissatisfied. And once again, there's more than one apprentice program that is available for these applicants, and they are paid very well as they continue to move through the program. It's a 4-year program. They are paid very well. It starts at roughly 40 to 50% of what a journeyman can make, and each year as they go along and as they pass each course throughout the year, their pay goes up and up, and they're virtually guaranteed a job by the time that they're graduating. They're about, excuse me, about 85–90% of the journeyman's pay, and when they do graduate, they've got a job just like that. In fact, they're already working for a particular company. So the old adage, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, it definitely applies to what we're doing here in Colorado, irrespective of whatever success may. I said Washington, I meant Oregon. You know, they're both in the Pacific Northwest. You know, yeah, same. You know, the same country, America with a K. So, anyways, with that, once again, I renew my opposition to 1007.
Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to thank my colleague for explaining all the great things of these apprenticeship programs. Our bill changes none of that. That will all stay the same. It just puts a local control to control it in Colorado, but all the programs will remain the same as far as the pay and the accreditation they provide.
Senator Woodward.
Thank you, now, Mr. Chair. So I too sat through the committee hearings, and to put this bill simply, and to put the apprenticeship program in the state of Colorado simply, there are over 480 apprenticeship programs throughout the state of Colorado. That's noted in both the fiscal note and CDLE reporting. Those 480 apprenticeship programs are doing great. They're helping young people and old retrain themselves, learn some new skills, and begin to fill some of these backlogs. The sponsor correctly stated that there is a shortage of some apprenticeship programs in some new technologies. And I think that if this bill were targeted on some of those new industries that are coming up, I think this bill could deserve a lot more support because I think it could work. One of the bill sponsors up here, one of the bill sponsors just a few minutes ago said that this was not changing anything. In fact, this is going to upset the apple cart of these existing programs that are out there. We heard from one of the folks who testified who said that there is not a problem with the number of apprenticeship programs because there are currently 480, and the problem is not the fact that it takes too long to get these programs approved. In fact, it takes less than a couple of weeks. We heard that in testimony as well. The problem is there is a shortage of apprentice candidates. So, you know, we heard a few minutes ago that we're only offering apprenticeships to folks who are 28 years old and that kind of thing. In fact, we heard over and over again that there are apprenticeship openings for folks of all ages, backgrounds, education. There's lots of programs available right now. My worry is what this bill will do is it will squash the 480 programs we have right now, so we will find fewer opportunities, and we are about to spend over $1.5 million over the next 2 years to launch a new program that is currently 100% funded by industry itself. So we're adding the burden on the taxpayer, something that will stifle the opportunities for young folks to find apprenticeships. And I believe, we heard that this bill was crafted and modeled after what happened in Oregon. I think that the fiscal note is starting low. What we're seeing in the state of Oregon that was just mentioned a few minutes ago, state of Oregon's program costs $8.2 million and now has 27 full-time employees. I think that that's what we're going to see over the next couple of years, is this is going to be a huge burden on this new program we're about to start. One thing that would make this bill better is if we said, you know, let's go ahead. I know the sponsors are intent on launching this new program, but how about if we let those existing programs continue? Perhaps grandfather those existing programs so that we can develop this new SAC model on the side while letting the current programs continue so that we don't throw these people out on the street.
There's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L037?
Amendment L037, House Bill 1007.
Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L037.
Thank you for moving it. To the amendment.
L037 simply does what I just explained, which is it grandfathers in those existing apprenticeship programs and said, hey, you guys continue to develop apprentices under your programs. The rest of the bill stays intact. The sponsors get to have a brand new program and policy to establish a new apprenticeship program, and it leaves those existing apprenticeships in place for the next 3 years.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I urge a no vote on the bill. I'm sorry, I urge a no vote on the amendment. It's already addressed in the bill on page 6, starting on line 3, and we don't need it, and please vote no.
No vote on the amendment, not the bill. Thank you. Is there any further discussion of the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L037. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Noes have it. That amendment is lost. Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was trained under the tutelage of Senator Lois Court.
Oh.
She told me, in her parting words to me, when we left, I thought she'd be back to work some more, but her final words to me before she left this chamber was she said, you better make damn well sure, and her words were a little harsher than that, but we'll pretend that they were, we can say these on the microphone. We need to make sure that we have a sunset on every program that we launch here. Because without a sunset, these programs go on and grow, and this body may lack the courage to repeal a program that is failing.
I have a feeling there's an amendment coming to the desk. There is indeed. Will the clerk please read Amendment L041?
Amendment L041, House Bill 1007.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L041 to House Bill 1007.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a simple amendment. It says, we'll give this a shot for 5 years. And if it's not working, we'll sunset. If it does work as well as the sponsors say, we'll let the next group of legislators, some of which may still be here today, we'll let them extend this program even further. So this will sunset this program in 5 years.
Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask for a no vote on this. It's important that we let this program go, and as we look to renew and we're getting accredited, they don't have to look at any provisions of this sunsetting. I appreciate my colleagues' amendment to sunset if it doesn't work, but there's also another tool called running a bill that just strikes this section of the statute. So I don't think this amendment is needed. I ask for no vote.
Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I get confused sometimes around here because sometimes we need a sunset, but sometimes we don't need a sunset because we could always run a bill. But I think what we see over and over again is that these programs go on and on and on, but occasionally when they come before us as a sunset, that gives us a chance to really look at it and say, you know what, is this program needed or not? It also gives the department and some of these new folks who are putting to work here under this program a requirement that they've got to show that this program works because they'll know that if it doesn't work, those FTEs will evaporate, and we'll go back to a program that we had before. And this amendment also deserves some mentioning to what we heard at the podium before, and that is the fact that we tried this before. We tried this in the 1980s, and it failed. And I think that this program is going to do the same thing. We're going to launch this program, spend a bunch of money on an apprenticeship program that will actually stand in the way of bringing new apprentices forward. And in a couple of years, we'll realize this is going to fail. So I think let's be honest and let's put a sunset on it, give it a shot, and if it's worth keeping around, we can run that bill to keep it around.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And that is one perspective. Another perspective that we heard from a number of folks that came to testify in committee was that the program didn't fail when it was here in Colorado. It tracked precisely with the time and place when this state started diverting resources away from all post-high school education and career options and really honed in and focused on four-year institutions as the path forward for young people. It's not a coincidence. It was a concerted effort. It was an unfortunate mistake that the state made, and we're trying to correct that now. So that's also testimony we heard from folks in the industry, and I would agree. We made a mistake. We need to present apprenticeships, quality apprenticeships, earn while you learn, upskill opportunities to Coloradans, especially younger folks, as a great opportunity right alongside their other options with four-year and two-year higher education options for them. So it's not that the program failed, it's that the state took a different direction, which was an unfortunate disservice to the workers and young folks here in Colorado. Secondly, the bill already addresses the sunset provision, so yet again, this is an unnecessary amendment, and I urge a no vote.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, like the good senator just said, the state had tried and it failed, and so they're going to try again. They're going to reboot a program that's failed once. We already have in the private sector apprentice programs that are working. They're working very successfully. And what is wrong? There was a famous president from just a few years ago who said, "Trust but verify." I'll give the good senator from Denver the benefit of the doubt that, okay, this program will work. Trust you that it'll work, but let's at least have the opportunity for a mid-course correction or review 5 years from now. We do that on all kinds of programs for a sunset. So what is so wrong with just saying, let's double check, let's make sure, are we within budget? Are people satisfied? Is the program working as it should? Many other instances. So, I think that this amendment is very reasonable. It's nothing we haven't done before and will continue to do in the future. I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of L041. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Noes have it. That amendment is lost. Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One piece of wisdom I've heard over and over again is that if you want less of something, you should tax it. Right now, we have a pretty broad group of industries who have apprenticeship programs, and one of the worries is that we'll put the cost of this new program on the backs of these apprenticeship programs. If we do that, we will get less apprenticeship programs. So one of the things we heard from industry is, hey, if you're going to launch this program as a new government program, make sure those costs stay and so that they're funded by the general fund.
I feel an amendment coming on. Indeed, there is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L045?
Amendment L045
Senator
to
Woodward.
House Bill 1007.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you want less of something, tax it. If you want more of something, leave it alone. I move L045. This says that as we launch this new program, we're not going to put it on the backs of any existing, of any programs that are out there. And I urge an aye vote on L045.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L045. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Noes have it, and that amendment is lost. Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Every time we set up a new program, we've got to have a new board, we have to have some directors, we have to appoint some members, begin expanding how a bureaucracy is going to oversee all these programs. So, as we see over and over again, as we have government appointments, governor appointments, one of the things that became clear in these hearings is that this body, the Senate, needs to have some oversight. I think it might be a good idea if we ask the Senate to approve and confirm anyone who's appointed to oversee these new programs.
Amendment coming. Amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read L040?
Amendment L040 to
Woodward.
House Bill 1007.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In fact, it's such a good idea that I move L040.
To the amendment.
Thank you. L040 simply says that the Senate deserves a chance to confirm any members who are appointed to this new program.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L040. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Noes have it. That amendment is lost. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1007. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That bill is adopted. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1065 lay over to the bottom of the special orders second reading of bills calendar.
Question before us is to lay over 1065 to the bottom of the special orders calendar. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That bill will lay over. Will the clerk please read the title? Will the clerk please read the title to House Senator Fenberg?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move 1071 lay over to the bottom. Mr. Chair, I move 1071, 1077, and 1105 lay over to the bottom of the special orders calendar.
The motion before us is to lay over a fair bit of the special orders calendar to the bottom of the special orders calendar, including House Bills 1071, 1077, and 1105. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Those bills will lay over. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1149?
House Bill 1149 by Representative Jackson, Tatone, and Senator Story concerning supporting an energy sector career pathway for Colorado in connection with making appropriation.
Senator Story.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1149.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none? The question
Yeah,
before
I'll say just a few words.
Senator Story.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill is focused on energy sector career pathways for Coloradans, in particular focused on those who have been distressed through COVID-19 and have lost their jobs, and providing opportunities for them to get reskilled and retrained to work in the energy sector, and in particular in renewable energy.
Seeing no further discussion of House Bill 1149, the question before us is the adoption of that bill. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. House Bill 1149 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1174?
House Bill 1174 by Representative Hooton and Senator Story concerning the transfer to the Capital Construction Fund of any excess proceeds from the issuance of a lease purchase agreement under Senate Bill 2219 that are initially credited to the Emergency Controlled Maintenance Account.
Senator Story.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1174.
To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill is focused on a transfer of funds from the Emergency Controlled Maintenance Fund into the Capital Construction Fund so that we can utilize those funds for additional state capital projects.
Is there any further discussion of House Bill 1174? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of 1174. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1208?
House Bill 1208 by Representative Cutter and Gray and Senators Priola and Winter concerning the creation of an enterprise that is exempt from the requirements of Section 20 of the Article 10 of the state constitution to administer a fee-based natural disaster mitigation grant program.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move for second reading and second reading passage and the Finance Committee report 1208.
And the Finance Committee report. To the report.
In the Finance Committee, we made sure that only the specified products in this bill will be feed and nothing outside the bill could be. And I encourage a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Finance Committee report is adopted. To the bill, is there any further? Senator Winter. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1208. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. House Bill 1208 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1215?
House Bill 1215 by Representative Holtorf and Ortiz and Senators Heisey and Lee concerning the expansion of the Justice Reinvestment Crime Prevention Initiative and in connection with creating a small business grant program for justice system involved persons and make an appropriation.
Just as a side note, if it takes 12 minutes to pass this bill, you will pass 1215 at 1215. Senator Heisey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1215 on second reading.
Would you like to move the Judiciary Committee report as well?
I would.
Great. We will consider that move. To the Judiciary Committee report. Senator Lee.
The Judiciary Committee just moved the effective date of the SMART Act review of this out 1 year because of their own capacity issues. We ask for an aye vote on the Judiciary Committee report.
The question before us is the adoption of the Judiciary Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed,
Aye.
no. Ayes have it. Committee report is adopted. And I have an announcement for the chamber. There is food. Food is available. Freshly cooked burgers and other such items from, I believe, the president is out there cooking. I believe Senator Cook is out there cooking as well, appropriately. And there is green chili from Senator Gonzalez and a dip from Senator Jaquez Lewis and baked beans from Senator Fields. And the cold beverages from Senators Winter and Pedersen are 15 minutes away. Oh, we got a bill signing. All right. So, to the bill. Is there any further discussion at 12:15? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1215. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That bill is adopted at 12:05.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome, Senator Lee. All right. Will the clerk please? Oh, we're going to need someone to lay that over. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1216 lay over to the bottom of the special order second reading of bills calendar.
The motion is to lay over 1216 to the bottom of the special orders calendar. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That bill will lay over. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1229?
House Bill 1229 by Representative Tatone and Ricks and Senator Fields concerning increased protections for unit owners and the governance of unit owners associations under the Colorado Common Ownership Act.
Senator Fields.
Mr. Chair, I move House Bill 1229 on second reading and also the State Veterans and Military Affairs report.
To the State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee report.
Basically, in committee, we excluded timeshares as it relates to this bill addressing HOAs. I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the SVA report. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. That report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Fields.
Mr. Chair, I move House Bill 1229 and ask for a favorable recommendation.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1229. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1251?
House Bill 1251 by Representative Caraveo and Herod and Senators Fields and Gonzalez concerning the appropriate use of ketamine upon a person in a pre-hospital setting.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do need to move this bill and the committee report, and there is an amendment.
There is a Judiciary Committee report and Appropriations Committee report.
Okay. We're going to adopt verse amendments committee reports after we discuss them.
To the Judiciary Committee report. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Judiciary Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That report is adopted. Seeing no discussion of the Appropriations Committee report, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That report is adopted. To the bill, I believe there is an amendment coming.
Do you have any more or just the one?
Will the clerk please read the title to L039? Or read just L039.
Amendment L039 to House Bill 1251.
Senator Fields. Would you please
Thank
move the
you,
amendment?
Mr. Chair, basically, this is a technical amendment to House Bill 1251. It just appoints that the State Association of Psychiatrists is appointed to be a part of the makeup of this bill, of the committee. So I would ask an aye vote on that.
We'll take a senatorial 5. Discussion. The question before us is the adoption of L039. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That amendment is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L040?
Amendment L040.
Senator Fields, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, this is another technical amendment. What we've done here is we've striked the word or directing the use of and just put in there the use or direct. I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of L040. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That amendment is adopted. Is there any further discussion of 1251? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1251. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1253?
House Bill 1253 by Representative Froelich and Gray and Senators Winter and Rankin concerning a general fund transfer to the local government severance tax fund to fund grants to local governments for renewable and clean energy infrastructure projects and in connection with making appropriation.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We move for the passage of 1253 on second reading.
To the, is there any discussion about the bill?
Okay. Good work.
Seeing no discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1253. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that bill is adopted. Mr. Pineda, will you please read the title to House Bill 1255?
House Bill 1255 by Representatives Duran and Gray and Senators Hawkes, Lewis, and Pedersen concerning procedures for domestic abuser upon the issuance of a protection order in connection therewith making appropriation.
Senator Pedersen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1255 and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations Committee report.
It costs some money, and I ask for your support.
Excellent. The motion before the... Wait. There is no Appropriations Committee report.
Oh.
Excellent. To the bill. Seeing no discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1255. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and 1255 is adopted. Mr. Pineda, will you please read the title to House Bill 1270?
House Bill 1270 by Representative Exum and Caraveo and Senator Fields and Kirkmeyer concerning an appropriation to the Department of Human Services for services related to Colorado Employment First program within the Supplemental Assistance Nutrition Program in connection with making appropriation.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1270 on second reading and ask for an aye vote.
Excellent. Seeing no discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1270. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that bill is adopted. Mr. Pineda, please read the title to House Bill 1297.
House Bill 1297 by Representative Hooton and Will and Senator Sonnenberg and Buckner concerning requirements regarding the administration of prescription drug benefits under health benefit plans.
Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1297.
Excellent. Seeing no discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1297. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. 1297 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1299?
House Bill 1299 by Representatives Sullivan and Bacon and Senators Fields and Hansen concerning establishing an Office of Gun Violence Prevention and in connection with making an appropriation.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1299 on second reading.
Excellent. Seeing no discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of 1299. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. 1299 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1303?
House Bill 1303 by Representative Burnett and McLaughlin and Senators Hansen concerning measures to limit the global warming potential for certain materials used in protect public projects in connection with making appropriation.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1303 on second reading.
Excellent. There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Pineda, will you please read L009 to 1303?
Amendment L009 to 1303.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. This is really just a cleanup amendment from some of the issues that were spotted from an implementation standpoint as it came over from the House. We're making sure that there are the environmental product declarations available for each of these, and making clear the language around being reasonably priced to make sure there's not any cost escalation for the state. So I urge your adoption of L009.
The motion before the body is the adoption of L009 to 1303. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that L009 is adopted. To the bill. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1303. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that bill is adopted. Mr. Pineda, will you please read the title to House Bill 1319?
House Bill 1319 by Representative Duran and Senator Lee concerning temporary modifications to general prevailing rate requirements for certain state contracts for public projects.
Senator Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move for adoption of Senate Bill 1319 on second reading.
Excellent. Seeing no discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1319. All those in Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did have a chance to speak with the bill sponsor, and prior to the BLT committee hearing, during that committee hearing, we did not get a chance to hear from the sponsor to explain this bill, and he seemed pretty excited to explain it. So I'd ask that you spend just a couple of minutes just to give us an idea why we're here and why we're listening to this bill.
Senator Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleague from wherever he's from here, Loveland, Colorado. This is a bill to postpone the effective date of the prevailing wage law in Colorado. It was going to be effective this year, and because of the number of complexities arising out of COVID, they are asking the stakeholders for a postponement for a period of time until January 1. What the bill does is require all state contracts to operate under a Davis-Bacon prevailing wage. standard whereby the department obtains prevailing wage data and then gives that prevailing wage data to the contractors who then pay those prevailing wages. Ask for an aye vote on the bill.
Excellent. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1319. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1162?
House Bill 1162 by Representative Valdez A. and Cutter and Senators Gonzalez and Garcia concerning the management of plastic products and in connection with making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move 1162 lay over to the bottom of the special order second reading of bills calendar.
Excellent. The motion is to lay over 1162 to the bottom of the calendar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. 1162 will be laid over. Will Mr. Pineda, will you please read the title to Senate Bill 272?
Senate Bill 272 by Senators Hansen and Fenberg concerning the operation of the Public Utilities Commission and in connection therewith modernizing the Commission's statutory directives regarding distributed generation of electricity, requiring additional disclosure from interveners and adversary proceedings, and providing the Commissioners with access to independent subject matter experts.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 272 on second reading, the T&E Committee report, and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the T&E report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. T&E Committee made one slight adjustment to the bill and did not change our original draft in any significant way. I urge the adoption of the T&E Committee report.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of the Transportation and Energy Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The aye has it, and that report is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report, Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The Appropriations Committee report very importantly laid out how 272 will make sure we have sustainable funding for the Public Utility Commission and showed how that new funding will be applied to bills that are currently in process in this legislative session, and I urge the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. All those opposed, no. Both ayes have it, and that appropriations report is adopted. To the bill. There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Pineda, please read L020 to Senate Bill 272.
Amendment L020 to Senate Bill 272 by Senator Hansen.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, this amendment L020 essentially takes out Section 6 of the bill. We were looking at some different ideas around stabilizing the bill credits for community solar gardens. That is going to take some more negotiation, which sometimes happens here at the Capitol. So we are going to take Section 6 out of the bill with this amendment and continue that dialogue over the interim.
Would you care to move your amendment?
I would love to do that. Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L020.
Seeing no further discussion on the amendment, the motion before the body is the adoption of L20 to SB 272. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L020 is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Pineda, please read L18 to 272.
L018 to Senate Bill 272.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excuse me. I move L018.
Orale, to L018.
All right. Colleagues, this is a very simple amendment. It simply says that any adjustments to the cap apply to the public utilities that service the electricity and the gas sector, and not the telecoms, which have been largely deregulated by previous action of the General Assembly. I urge the adoption of L018.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of L018 to 272. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L018 is adopted. To the bill, Senator Heisey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment.
Orale. There is another amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L021 to Senate Bill 272?
Amendment L021 to Senate Bill 272.
Senator Heisey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L021 to Senate Bill 272.
Thank you, Senator Heisey. To the amendment.
Thank you. In this modernization in Bill 272, it removes the cap that the utilities pay into to fund the PUC. And this is ratepayer money we're talking about here. That's the only place utilities get money is from each and every consumer and customer. And I had spoken with the sponsor earlier, during the hearing about caps. I'm hoping they decide this is a friendly amendment, but this does place a cap higher than the current cap because there are more requirements in the bill. But this does place a cap on it, protecting those ratepayers and consumers. Would urge an aye vote.
Further discussion, Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and to the good senator from El Paso County, who we were trying to figure out who that was this morning, but now we know. It is the fine gentleman standing to my left. I would urge a no vote on L021. It is a very thoughtful amendment. It is adjusting from 0.25 to 0.3, which is a decent approximation of the funding that would be needed to cover the current obligations of the PUC. However, I don't think we need the amendment because all of the changes that would come from the fixed utility fee are already constrained by the review process that we have in place. Cash funds, which the fixed utility fee is a cash fund, has a maximum reserve percentage, and there is a clear control on the fund building up excess reserves, and it would be would not be in the interest of the PUC, of DORA, to change this in any excessive way. There's also a very clear process of review through the JBC and through the long bill of any changes that would be brought forward and proposed by the PUC. So it comes forward as a request during the budget. It gets the same scrutiny that any other of those changes would have. And so while I think L21 makes a lot of sense for this moment, it would mean that we probably have to do a bill like this in fairly short order if needs were to change at the PUC. And so what we're proposing in 272 as drafted is that we just take the statutory cap, remove that, and instead let the normal legislative oversight process play out. Obviously hear from stakeholders as any change in the fixed utility fee would be brought forward. And so for that reason, I think it would be duplicative of the safeguards already in place, and I ask for a no vote on L21.
I was momentarily distracted by Senator Story's excellent brownies, but I see that there is further discussion, and so I will now recognize Senator Heisey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the good senator from Denver actually made my point for me when he said this fee will continue to go up. That's what we're trying to avoid. This is ratepayer money that we're talking about here. And in his own words, he explained how this fee is going to go up because the PUC is going to need more money. We don't want them to be looking at a never-ending bucket of money here. We do need a cap on it. So I would urge an aye vote.
Since I'm the good senator from Denver, I'll recognize the senator from the east side of Denver.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and the good senator from the west side of Denver. I really appreciate this discussion on this bill. I want to be clear, and if we need to play the tape, we can. But I did not say that the commission was always going to need more money. What I did say is, if in the future that were to occur, we have a very clear process to review that through the budget and through the Joint Budget Committee process. And keep in mind, we have very clear statutory limitations on cash fund reserves. And so there is a very clear ceiling on changes that could be made by the commission in future requests. So I want to be very, very clear about that. And obviously things change over time. What we ask the commission to do changes over time. Sometimes that goes up, sometimes that goes down. For instance, with telecom changes that we made, I believe in 2014, we reduced the amount of regulatory oversight that was needed for that sector of the economy. In the last couple of years, particularly with Senate Bill 19236, we added some things to the PUC to-do list, which is why we have brought forward this proposal in Senate Bill 272. So urge a no vote on Amendment 21.
Seeing no further discussion on this fascinating amendment, there has been a division requested on L021 to Senate Bill 272, which will now give me an opportunity to serve myself a plate with some chili from the north side. Senator Heisey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I withdraw my request for division and ask for a senatorial 5.
Órale. All right, y'all. Majority Leader Fenberg. Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 272 and House Bill 1065 lay over to the bottom of the special orders calendar.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 272 and House Bill 1065 perdón, will be laid over to the bottom of the special orders calendar.
That's fine. Still adopt the report first.
Mr. Pineda, will you please read the title to House Bill 1071?
House Bill 1071 by Representative Kennedy and Senators Fenberg and Winter concerning the use of ranked choice voting in nonpartisan election in connection with making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1071 along with the Finance Committee report.
To the Finance Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We made some changes in the Finance Committee regarding the way to essentially to audit an election that uses ranked choice voting.
The motion before the body is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that Finance Committee report is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Pineda, please read L016 to 1071.
Amendment L016 to House Bill 1071 by Senator Winter. Amend the Finance Committee report.
Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L016.
To the amendment.
This keeps the funding in line with how we traditionally fund elections, and I urge yes vote.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of L016 to House Bill 1071. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L16 is adopted. To the bill. Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the...
There's another amendment.
Oh, okay. Potentially, if this passes.
Which amendment do you like better? Do you like L16 or L15?
There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Pineda, please read L14 to 1071.
Amendment L1014 to House Bill 1071.
The majority
Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L014.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a technical amendment regarding how a ranked choice election is I can't keep thinking of the word, not audited, but certified, I think, essentially. And it just changes that you don't do it by precinct, but by ballot style as required by rules, and it allows the SOS to do rules for this section.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of L14 to 1071. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L14 is adopted. To the bill. The motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1071. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes, maybe. With the majority of votes for aye, the lesser majority of votes for no, and with one vote for maybe, the ayes have it. 1071 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1077?
House Bill 1077 by Representative Benavides and Byrd and Senators Gonzalez and Moreno concerning the creation of a legislative oversight committee concerning tax policy in connection with making appropriation.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1077 on second reading and ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question is the adoption of House Bill 1077. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and 1077 is adopted.
Mr. Pineda, will you please read the title to House Bill 1105?
House Bill 1105 by Representative Kennedy and Senators Hansen concerning utility customers' financial contributions for low-income utility assistance and in connection with making appropriation.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm going to request a senatorial 5 just to wait till amendment comes off the printer. We should be ready in just one moment.
The Senate will stand in a senatorial 5. That was a senatorial 5 seconds. Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we proceed out of order to take up House Bill 1065.
You've heard the motion to proceed out of order and take up House Bill 1065. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. And we will proceed to House Bill 1065. Mr. Pineda, will you please read the title to House Bill 1065?
House Bill 1065 by Representative Ortiz and Carver and Senators Garcia and Gardner concerning the authority of a private employer to adopt a veterans preference employment policy when hiring new employees.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1065 in its re-engrossed version and the report of the Committee on State Veterans and Military Affairs.
Why, thank you, Senator Gardner. We will now proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Veterans and Military Affairs Committee report.
So, what the report on the Committee on State Veterans and Military Affairs amended this to change the rebuttable presumption to a safe haven, but because there is no settled question rule in the Senate, I have an amendment to strike this report after we adopt it. And the other very important thing that the committee did, they referred the bill to the Committee on Appropriations, but they didn't issue a report. So I ask for an aye vote on the State Veterans and Military Affairs report.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of the SVMA committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thanks, y'all. Opposed, no? The ayes have it. The SVMA committee report has been adopted. To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, the bill in its re-engrossed version has quite the tortured history. And if you look at page 2, line 5, it says, definitions repeal, and page 4, lines 16 through 26, the bill has a sunset provision. Now, sunset provisions are generally pretty good, except as you look at it, you'll ask yourself, why are you sunsetting something that has no program? And that's what staff ask, and that's in fact what all of us ask. So, with any luck, an amendment will drop on the desk.
Did quite in fact drop. Mr. Pineda, will you please read L026 to 1065?
Amendment L026.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L026, which removes the sunset provision, not because we think that sunset provisions are bad, but because there's nothing really to sunset here. There's not a program, so to speak. So I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion of the motion before the body is the adoption of L026 to House Bill 1065. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. That amendment is adopted. There's another amendment at the desk. Mr. Pineda, please read L31 to 1065.
L031.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now, members, if you'll look at the re-engrossed bill at page 3, you will see what gives everyone a lot of cause for discussion. There are two distinct views on this. The bill itself sets up a voluntary program for employers to have a veterans hiring preference. The bill as introduced was very straightforward, and it said that granting a preference in accordance with the policy adopted pursuant to this section is not a violation of Part 4 of Article 34, Title 24, which is the Colorado Anti-Discrimination Act. There are those who are concerned that by giving employers the opportunity to have a veterans preference plan, that it would somehow be used for discrimination in other contexts. I believe this is unfounded, but nevertheless, there were then those who wanted, instead of a safe haven, they wanted to create a rebuttable presumption. After much discussion and negotiation, we did otherwise, and if I've not already moved L031, I move L031, which says that the granting of a preference in accordance with the policy is not a violation, and then adds a sentence that says, this section does not prohibit a person from commencing a discrimination action against an employer for a violation. This would not be a violation, but somehow the House has to be told things that are the law, so you tell them twice, and I would ask for an aye vote on L031.
Senator Presidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, I would encourage an aye vote on the amendment 031. There's been a lot of conversations over the last 48 hours, and we think this is a good amendment that strikes the balance that obviously will allow for a veterans program to actually ensure that employers are hiring and giving an opportunity for veterans for that preference.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of LO31 to House Bill 1065. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no.
The noes have it.
Do they? The ayes have it. L031 is adopted. To the bill. Oh, wait. There's another amendment. Mr. Pineda, please read L28 to 1065.
Amendment L28 to
Senator
House Bill
Gardner.
1065.
Thank you. I move L028. And if I may, Madam Chair, you know, members, you go off to appropriations and you think you got it covered. You think everything's okay. And one of the things that got added over in the House was, and I think there was a belief in the House that, well, if we were going to create this presumption and go back and forth, that we ought to encourage the use of the program and the hiring of veterans. And so the bill contains a provision that says on page 4 that on or before September 1st, 2021, OEDIT shall begin the development of production materials to educate and encourage employers to hire veterans. And then it said the General Assembly shall appropriate $25,000 from the general fund to do that. And so this morning in appropriations, there was an amendment, J001, that should have been adopted to appropriate that $25,000, but it was rejected. And so what L028 does is put the $25,000 back into the bill. And, you know, if we're going to have OEDIT do something, as much as it pains me to say this, if they're going to produce a video, they do need some money to do that, and that's $25,000. So I ask for an aye vote on 028.
What is this?
Senatorial 5.
Senate will stand in a senatorial 5.
What's really in there? We're ready. I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I really do believe that if we're going to produce a video, and the bill right now says that they're supposed to produce a video, we probably ought to make the $25,000 available to do that. So I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Presidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'd encourage an aye vote on Amendment L028.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of LO28 to House Bill 1065. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. One of these days, I'm going to... The ayes have it. LO28 is adopted. Is there a move to reconsider? There you go. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 10. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of 1065. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no.
We'll say you got to vote.
The ayes have it. The aye has it. House Bill 1065 is adopted. Mr. Pineda, will you please read the title to House Bill 1105?
House Bill 1105 by Representative Kennedy and Senator Hansen concerning utility customers' financial contributions for low-income utility assistance and in connection with making appropriation.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1105, the Finance Committee report, and the Appropriations Committee report.
To Finance.
All right. The Finance Committee, again, made some very minor adjustments. The bill was in pretty solid shape as it came over from the House. I urge an adoption of the Finance Committee report.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Thank you. All those opposed, no? Thankfully, the aye has it. That report is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report, Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appropriations Committee, we added the good senator from Sterling's favorite provision. So I urge an adoption of the Senate Appropriations Committee report.
Curious if Senator Sonnenberg would comment, but seeing no discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that Appropriations Committee report is adopted. Mr. Carpenter has handed me an amendment. Mr. Pineda, please read L27 to House Bill 1105.
Amendment L027,
Senator
House Bill
Hansen.
1105.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L027 to House Bill 1105.
Tell us about it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Very important amendment for everyone to consider here. This is creating a very clear opt-out provision for customers that would like to opt out of this program. I urge an aye vote for L27.
Seeing no discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of LO27 to House Bill 1105. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Maybes don't count. L027 is adopted. To the bill.
Oh, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just quickly, colleagues, we're making some great progress here this morning. This is a super important bill for the state of Colorado. We have, over the last couple of years, had a significant downturn in severance tax collections for the state. There are a number of reasons for that, some of which we discussed during Senate Bill 281. But one of the upshots of that is that the funding for low-income assistance for utility bills has lost that source of support. 1105 seeks to establish a very sustainable model, long-term sustainability for helping Coloradans that need it with their utility bills. We've created a program that will, I think, work well into the future and make sure these critical needs are met in the state. And with that, I urge your support of 1105 as amended.
The motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1105. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. 1105 is adopted. Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I request a senatorial 5.
Will stand in a senatorial 5. Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Colleagues, appreciate your indulgence and patience this morning after some quick conversations about the fine amendment that was brought by the Senator from El Paso County. We have come to an agreement, which we are ready to present to you now and finish up our work on seconds. So with that, I'll pass it off to my colleague.
Look at us working together, y'all. Senator Heisey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L025 to Senate Bill 272.
Well, before we do that, let's actually read the title to the bill that we're going to talk about.
Goodness sakes.
Senate Bill 272 by Senators Hansen and Fenberg, concerning the operations of the Public Utilities Commission in connection therewith modernizing the Commission's statutory directives regarding distributed generation of electricity, requiring additional disclosure from interveners in adversarial proceedings, and providing the commissioners with access to independent subject matter experts.
All right. Senator Hansen, please turn around and have a quick chat with Mr. Carpenter.
So what do you want? Want me to withdraw or you want me to vote?
Do I need to remove the bill? Or do we just pick up?
I need to move. I get it.
This guy still? All right, so he's going to withdraw that, if he would like.
Remove the bill, withdraw this.
Boom.
Remove that.
Okay.
Well-oiled machine here we are. Thank you to the team. Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've got the order of operations figured out now. So first, I would like to move Senate Bill 272.
That is a proper motion. To the bill. Senator Heisey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to withdraw L021.
The motion before the body is to withdraw L021. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Wait, do we vote? We do not vote. My apologies.
Just go.
L021 is withdrawn.
Well, we figured it out now.
Y'all. Senator Fields'
That was a chair mistake.
beans were just so good. My head is spinning. Apologies. L021 was withdrawn by Senator Heisey, and now we have an amendment on the desk. Mr. Pineda, will you please read L025 to Senate Bill 272?
Amendment L025 to Senate Bill 272.
Senator Heisey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L025 to Senate Bill 272.
To the amendment. Senator Heisey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. After much negotiation and nothing that won't heal by the time we're back up here Tuesday, I have come to believe that perhaps that the number I had in L021 was artificially low, and we have agreed on a 45 100ths as opposed to what we had in 21. What this should do is give a little bit of runway to get this program up and going, and if they do decide they need to have more money brought in, they will have to come back to this body to exceed that number.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I just want to say thank you to the good senator from Fountain. Really productive discussions over the last 20 minutes to get to this spot, and I think this puts us in a place where we can still have a lot of oversight and scrutiny of any changes in the fixed utility fund, but not have to immediately come back and be adjusting the cap on the fund. So with that, urge an aye vote of 25.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of L025 to Senate Bill 272. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L025 is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Pineda, please read L15 to 272.
Amendment L015 to Senate Bill 272.
Senator Lundin.
By Senator Lundin.
I move Amendment L015 to Senate Bill 272.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So listen to the bill carefully in Finance Committee the other evening, or was it in the morning? I forget what time of day. They're all running together these days. And one of the primary concerns I have of this bill is the fact that we may be putting increased taxes on some of these utilities, pushing, and they have the ability, the way this cascades, to just pass that along to the ratepayers. So this amendment is an effort to make sure that we don't hurt the ratepayers. Because at the end of the day, everything we do in here should be on behalf of the people of Colorado. So the amendment says, in exercising all of its duties, the Commission shall prioritize the promotion of reliable, safe, and affordable sources of energy such that disproportionately impacted communities have protection from a disproportionate share of the costs or negative impacts of externalities associated with building, creating, and maintaining renewable energy generation capacity. We all want it, but let's make sure that it doesn't land on the shoulders of the people least able to afford it. The Commission shall, in all cases, that was an editorial comment, that was parenthetical, by the way, that's not part of the amendment for those of you looking at the amendment. The Commission shall, in all cases, avoid taking actions that would result in utility prices increasing at a rate of, and this is important, greater than the rate of core inflation on a year-over-year basis. So we're all, especially in this environment where the federal government, the Fed, is printing money faster than Carter handed out pills, not Jimmy Carter, the Carter of the pill, back pain pill company, handed out pills.
Wait, what?
So once upon a time, there was this company that sold these little pills that helped with back pain. And there were lots and lots of the little pills in the little containers that they sold. And so the answer would be, well, how many are there? And it's more than Carter has pills, is the point. Am I getting that cliche close to? I'm about to be gavelled. I was trying to explain the historical context of the comment that I had made with regard to this is a really large number. Anyway, the federal government is printing money. Inflation is perhaps in our future. The reality is, as we all struggle with that, those who will be most hard hit by that are the people on the lower income side of the spectrum of life. Those who have their foot on the first rung of the economic ladder and are working their way up, as we all hope they will do. We want to protect them. That's what this amendment is about. It's about saying that the rate increases, the cost increases to them will not be greater than inflation on a year-over-year basis. And given the threat of incredible inflation, that may still leave an awful lot of room, which makes me slightly uncomfortable, but this is a way to get at the issue of protecting people on the lower income spectrum. Madam Chair, thank you for not gaveling me down as I was explaining the colloquialism of as many as Carter has pills, but I urge support for Amendment L015, and I can tell the sponsor wants to respond.
Now I'm more confused about L015, but I will proceed to Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I fear my good friend from Monument may have just dated himself with that colloquialism, and that's okay. We all do that around here sometimes. But I am going to urge a no vote on L015, and I have super great news to share with the senator from Monument, which is if you look at electricity prices in our fair state, they have been declining in real terms, which is a fantastic story of the adoption of wind and solar power and the elimination of higher cost options. And it gets even better. The news gets even better because wind and solar and batteries that make them even more economical have been improving at about 10% per year for the last decade. It is a huge story of technological progress, and the progress has brought constant declines in the real cost of electricity in most situations. So that's the great news, and the PUC has very carefully managed that transition, managed the rollout of that story, and is about to embark on the next chapter and deeper penetration of renewables into our electricity system, all of which will combine to save customers in the state huge amount on their bills. So with that, L015 is not only not needed, it's likely counterproductive. I urge a no vote.
But what about the Carter pills? Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I would think that given the explanation the sponsor's just given us, the certainty that utility prices are going to decline, that capping it at the rate of no greater than core inflation would be an easy thing to do. and therefore this would be a friendly amendment. It just provides a degree of accountability to that which presumably is happening anyway. So I think that we should in fact put this guardrail on behalf of the people of Colorado, and I urge the sponsor to accept that. And I urge the sponsor to accept the amendment L015. Oh, he's not going to fight. Come on, Chris. We got fights coming up. That's true. A bill we co-sponsor, correct? I'm done.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of L15 to Senate Bill 272. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The noes have it. And the L15 is lost. Seeing no further discussion, y'all, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 272. All those in favor, Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much. I will be extremely brief. 272 is a no vote for me. It's a no vote for me because I think at the end of the day, it puts the ratepayers at risk in a way they don't want to be at risk, and I think we should protect them from that risk. Vote no on 272. Thank you.
The motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 272. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. 272 is adopted. What's next? Okay. Do I need? Madam Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that House Bill 1216 and 1162 lay over until Tuesday, June 1st.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bills 1162 and 1216 will lay over until Tuesday. Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
Motion is to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. All of those opposed, no. The aye has it, and we will rise and report.
Senate will come to order. Senator Gonzalez.
Gracias, Presidente. The committee met and had a lot of bills under consideration. Mr. Pineda, will you please read the report?
Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave reports out under consideration the following task bills during the second reading. Never makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 233 as amended, 272 as amended, passed on second reading, order engrossed and placed in the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bills 1304 as amended, 1007 as amended, 1149 as amended, 1174, 1208 as amended, 1215 as amended, 1229 as amended, 1251 as amended, 1253, 1255, 1270, 1297, 1299, 1303 as amended, 1319, 1071 as amended, 1077, 1065 as amended, 1105 as amended, passed on second reading, order revised and placed in the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bills 1216 and 1162 laid over until June 1st, retaining their place in the calendar.
Senator Gonzalez.
Perhaps if the House knew how to grill, they would be as effective and efficient as we are. I move the report.
The motion is, the question before the body is adoption of the committee whole report. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 001?
Amendment 001. Amendment 001 to committee of the whole report.
Senator Gonzalez.
Gracias, Presidente. We were so efficient that I forgot to move a technical amendment. Oh. It's not?
You could move his amendment.
I was hoping she was going to do it for me.
Nope.
Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Cal Amendment 001 to and ask. No, I'll move it first.
To the amendment, Senator.
Thank you. I was, perhaps the chair was not in doubt, but I was in doubt as to whether or not this amendment passed. If you recall, this was asking that as we implement this new apprenticeship program, that those fees not be charged back to industry. And I'd ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion? Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for a no vote.
Having no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment 001 to the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? Senators Danielson, Hansen, Coleman, Hawkes Lewis, Rodriguez, Lee, Winter, Patterson, Zenzinger, Janal, Bridges, Story, Fields, Donovan, Buckner. The majority leader. Please add the president. And Senator Gonzalez. With 16 aye, 18 no votes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, Amendment 001 is lost. There's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 002?
Amendment 002.
Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Cal Amendment 002.
To the amendment, Senator.
If you recall on House Bill 1007, again, the apprenticeship program, there are a bunch of apprenticeship programs out in the world today in industry that are doing fantastic work. And those apprenticeship programs have asked to be excluded from this new scheme for the next 3 years. So what this does is this allows them to be grandfathered for the next 3 years. And I'm sure the folks outside the glass would love to see this amendment pass.
Will the clerk please mark Senator Scott excused? Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I really would like for you to vote no on this amendment as well.
Is there further discussion? Senator Lindeen.
Thank you, Mr. President. These apprenticeship programs are very, very important, and there's a diversity of them happening right now. And they're producing really incredible results in people's lives and on behalf of our society. And this bill seeks to narrow things in a way that I don't know is completely beneficial. Sure, there are arguments to be made on behalf of the bill, but there are things that are happening organically, currently, and this amendment would allow those programs that are already underway doing good things for people and for us as an economy and as a society to at least have a little bit of headroom to adjust before the powerful hand of government comes in and says, no, we're going to choke you off. regardless of whether you're providing value or not. I think this is a really good amendment. It's a thoughtful amendment, and it speaks to what's already happening in a positive way. I encourage your support of Amendment 05, I think it was, 02. Thank you.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I too rise in support of Amendment L002. As I've stated before, we listened to this and heard all the testimony. The current apprentice programs, they do a great job. We had numerous witnesses in there that had very strong and convincing testimony that they are doing a good job. They have been doing a good job without public assistance. They're funding their own programs themselves. And quite frankly, we don't need the government to get into this. The industry itself and even the unions themselves testified that they're doing a good job. And to give them this additional protection that this amendment relates to, I think is just fair, it's reasonable, and so with that, I urge an aye vote on L002. Thank you.
Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I may have used the wrong euphemism earlier. When I say that people outside this class, I mean outside this building care about what's happening with this bill. There are tens of thousands of people in apprenticeship programs around the state, and if this bill passes, then their apprenticeships could be at risk. And I'd ask for a yes or no vote on this, but I think that yes would be the right one.
Having no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of Amendment 002, the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? Senators Hansen, Hawkins Lewis, Coleman, Lee, Winter, Senzinger, Buckner, Janal, Pedersen, Donovan, Story, Danielson, Gonzalez, Kolker, Fields, Bridges, the Majority Leader. Senator Rodriguez, how do you wish to be recorded? Rodriguez. Please add the president. With 14 aye votes, 19 no votes, 0 absent, 2 excused, that amendment is lost. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 001 to 1251?
Cal Amendment 001 to 1251.
Senator Gonzalez.
Mr. President, I'm sorry. I move Cal Amendment, the third Cal Amendment, to Cal 001 to 1251.
To the amendment, Senator. To the amendment, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. We were so efficient that I forgot to move a technical amendment to this bill. This is purely technical and grammatical changes, and a statutory citation change. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion regarding Amendment 001? Seeing none, are there any no votes? With 33 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, Amendment 001 is adopted. The motion is the adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? With 33 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 2 excused, the committee of the whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 233 as amended. Senate Bill 272 as amended. Passed on second reading. Ordered gross to place on the count for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1304 as amended. House Bill 1007 as amended, House Bill 1149. House Bill 1174, House Bill 1208, 1208 as amended, House Bill 1215 as amended, House Bill 1229 as amended, House Bill 1251 as amended, House Bill 1253 as amended, House Bill 1255, House Bill 1270, House Bill 1297, House Bill 1299, House Bill 1303 as amended, House Bill 1319, House Bill 1071 as amended, House Bill 1077, House Bill 1065 as amended, House Bill 1105 as amended, passed on second reading, ordered, revised, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1216 and House Bill 1162 laid over until 6/1/21 and retaining its place on the calendar. Message from the governor.
Thursday, May 27th, Colorado Senate. Honorable members of the Colorado Senate, pursuant to the authority vested in the office of Governor of the State of Colorado, I have the honor to inform you that I have approved and filed the Secretary of State the following acts. Senate Bill 15, Veteran Service Organization Stipend for Funeral Services, approved on Thursday, May 27th, 11:30 a.m. Senate Bill 30, Criminal Theft of Rental Property, approved on Thursday, May 27th, 11:30 a.m. Senate Bill 64, Retaliation Against an Elected Official, approved on Thursday, May 27th, 11:30 a.m. Senate Bill 77, Remove Lawful Presence Verification Credentialing, approved on Thursday, May 27th at 11:10 a.m. Sincerely, Jerry Polis, Governor.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 200 lay over until Tuesday, June 1st.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. And Senate Bill 200 will lay over until 6/1/21 and retain its place on the calendar. Announcements.
The State Affairs thing goes. Yes. Go ahead.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think there are going to be some announcements to this effect as well, but we have three committees to meet this afternoon. We are going to have State Affairs go ahead and get started once we recess here, or probably 15 minutes upon recess. We are going to have Finance and the Appropriations Committees meet as well, but we are waiting for a couple of bills to read across to then add them to the queue for those two committees. So they will probably not meet just yet until we get those bills, we read them across and assign them to those committees. So for now, I think State Affairs will meet pretty close to right after we get out of here, and then Senate Finance and Senate Appropriations will meet shortly thereafter after we read those bills across, but I'll let chairs or others give more specifics.
Senator Gonzalez.
Gracias, Presidente. The Senate State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee will be meeting 15 minutes upon adjournment in the old Supreme Court. We'll be hearing 1310 and 1321. See y'all promptly.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. As was mentioned by the Majority Leader, we are planning to have a brief Senate appropriations this afternoon. We're going to get 3 bills read across, I believe, and get those prepared for us. I'll keep in touch with everybody on the gavel time, but please plan on Senator Propes for later this afternoon.
Senator Story. Senator Hansen.
Apologize, Mr. President. I forgot to mention the location. We'll be back in our normal home. LSBB is what I've been told. LSBB.
Senator Story.
Thank you, Mr. President. CDC will meet Tuesday, June 1st at 9 a.m. unless instead we meet at 8 a.m. So stay tuned.
No further announcements? Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. So we will be waiting for those bills to read across. We will be coming back to the floor to do some of these bills that are coming out of committee on seconds. I don't think it will be a long day, and I think we will get out of here at a reasonable hour. But just want to let folks know, don't get in your tractor or your truck just yet. We will be coming back probably maybe in an hour, maybe a little bit longer. But we'll do a call of the Senate. We'll send out messages and let folks know. Mr. President, for now, I move that the Senate recess until 2 p.m.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted, and the Senate will stand in recess until 1400 hours today.